Sabby, you ready? All righty, let's get this going. Good afternoon. I'm calling the meeting to order for the City of Indio for the study session today on May 15th, 2024. If you could all have a roll call, please. Sabby.
For the record, all council members are present except for Mayor Ramos Hamid.
Thank you very much. Please make that note. We'll move on to item number 2 is the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could have Councilmember Holmes lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Move on to item number 3, which is public comments. Sabdi, do we have anybody who wants to speak on this?
I have no comments.
And nothing on the queue. Okay, so that we'll move on to item number 4, which is the discussion for the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Ruby, is this yours? Oh, your first budget here in the city of Indio. Welcome. We're a tough group, so you can pray.
That I hear. Well, first of all, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Miller and City Council, Ruby Walla, Finance Director for the City of Indio. Actually, I'm very honored today to be before you to present the upcoming fiscal year 24-25 budget, preliminary budget. All of you have been presented with a soft copy of the electronic version of the summary pages and worksheets. With that, today we have a presentation for you. It's going to take a different shape than what I know to happen in the past. I will be taking the lead on the city's budget as well as IWA's budget. I will be presenting that, and again, staff and IWA staff are available to assist with any questions along the way. So with that being said, I'll just move forward with the presentation. Again, I'll go through the presentation. If there's any questions along the way, I hope it is to be interactive, ask any questions, and then we can move forward.
Thank you.
Okay. So as I briefly discussed, everyone had received a workbook. Even staff has been disseminated that workbook. In that workbook included key budget modifications, the general fund, special revenue funds, capital project funds, enterprise funds, internal service funds, Indio Water Authority, and an authorized position listing. And what I've also included is now provided all of you with the capital project listing. So you all should have that available for you. The only one change I want to address from the original dissemination of the packet was the IWA section that has now been consolidated to section 8 after there was a few modifications done to that. So for today's session outline is the intent is review and discussion of the overall preliminary financial plan for the upcoming fiscal year. The focus is on the general fund, Indio Water Authority, and the capital improvement plan. The goal today is direction to move forward with drafting the recommended budget for council consideration and adoption in June. So overall in the budget, what we've concluded as going through all the revenues and expenditures is we're taking a conservative approach to revenue projections. As we move forward, you will see that revenues will be flat for the most part. And when we get to that slide, we can discuss that further. It includes assumed salary and benefit adjustments. It also includes one-time rollover projects. There's a series of projects that were approved in the current fiscal year budget that have been identified to continue moving on to the 24-25 fiscal year. And then also with that is the continuation of the existing capital plan with some new projects or funding commitments in that, and Brian will go over that section when we get to that point. So let's talk about revenue. First of all, as I stated, revenues overall are flat. There hasn't been any significant changes, but I want to call your attention to, yes, the variations are in taxes, primarily property taxes with a slight increase, estimated about 2%. and also short-term rentals. What we did is I looked at mid-year and looking at where we are year-to-date actual and historical, and those actually have decreased in comparison to what was presented at mid-year. So looking at that data, I just felt it was reasonable to shift those down. And then we have the use of assets section that actually the taxes, use of assets. That significantly is impacted by concert activity, being with the Power Trip and Coachella activity or whatever, and looking at, again, historical year-to-date actuals. That was also decreased, considered for a reduction. But also in that line item is the recognition of cannabis revenue. So we've made a simple, modified, conservative adjustment there, but that will come later on the year in mid-year after we've had more significant activity in that, and we can do a little bit more trend and see how we're trending there and see if it's good, we adjust, or how we move forward depending on the activity. And then we have other financing resources or charges for services. In there, in that number, we have also music festival activity that's been decreased, as well as ambulance billing services that, working with our operator, Whitman, they provided some revenue projections there that we've also increased. And this is the graph that we're going to reference in terms of showing the revenue trends actually going flat. Sales tax as well. We work with HDL for sales tax and property tax projections. We are budgeting slightly lower than what they provided as their estimate, about, $300,000 to $200,000 in each category that we're actually budgeting in our books versus what they're providing as an estimate. And let's see. And then also short-term rental I covered. And again, overall, it's just modest adjustments based on year-to-date actual activity. So this is just a preview and actually available for you in the packet, tab 1, page 2 of 3. This is small here, so we won't stay on this slide too long. But what I wanted to give is just a summary, show revenues and expenditures overall for the general fund. What we did different this year compared to prior years is pulling out transfers in and transfers out. So you'll see those significantly there. And the transfers in that you see as $4.5 million is simply allocations from CFD for police, public safety allocations. And then I'll go in depth in the next slide, I'll show you the detail there as far as what the summary depicts. So this is the general fund resource summary in terms of millions. So overall for this year, just a snapshot. And I want to go over this, and I'll probably spend a little time on this. General fund expenditures for 24-25 are estimated at $103 million versus general fund revenue of $102 million. And then there is where we're projecting a deficit of $1.3 million. However, what I want to call your attention to is this is where I talked about the one-time rollover expenditures that we're looking to roll over and are considered in that $103 million, and that is $690,000 for annexation efforts, $2.4 million for property acquisitions, and $100,000 towards the housing element. And so with that, if we add that back in, because those are dollars actually not consumed in this year's budget because they were programmed for this year, you have $3.2 million rolling into the new year to cover those costs. So in reality, we're looking at a 1.9 general fund surplus. So in our review, the recommendation with that $1.9 million surplus is to consider, or we're recommending, a contribution to pension for the Section 115 trust to build up that reserve there for future obligations, as well as a consideration towards the rainy day fund of $500,000. With that contribution of $500,000, it will maintain our balance to maintain our reserve fund balance policy at 15%, and we'll be right at 15% considering our policy is based off operating revenues. So there's that fluctuation there that we can consider addressing the pension contribution, reducing it, leaving it at $1 million. We want to beef up the rainy day fund. We have flexibility there. But at the end of the day, if we commit and obligate $1.5 million, we still have about $378,000 to move forward with for unobligated funds. Any questions there?
Questions?
I have one question. I did see in some places that our service costs for the concerts are going down.
Yes.
Is there a reason for that?
Yes, so what primarily I looked at was the actuals, budget versus actuals, and I took into consideration in my time here, even we programmed in the budget the power trip, and that did not perform as anticipated. So there were significant increases in the budget to reflect that, and we were overestimated in some cases. So based on performance, it was a choice to reduce that down.
Gotcha. One other question. When you mentioned the housing element that we have funds rolling over, is there a reason that we still have money rolling over from that?
Well, it's part of the implementation of the housing element, and while we've done some work, there's more yet to be done. So rather than stop that effort,
Gotcha.
we're proposing to re-budget it, reappropriate it for the coming year.
Gotcha. I didn't know if it was for the filing, because I remember we finished the filing of
exactly.
it, but
Yeah.
this is for implementation.
Exactly. So it's to make sure we're doing what we said we would do.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Please.
Okay. Moving forward, highlighting the budget modifications to the general fund, which were also outlined in the packet. What we have here by budget unit, a city manager, we have a reclassification. Human resources, we also have a series of reclassifications and positions in that department. City clerk, we have a title change, but there is no fiscal impact there. It's just strictly a title change. For finance, a new budget module is being proposed. And for community services, we have the series of events that we're highlighting: Food Truck Friday, 4th of July event, Barbecue Festival, Veterans Day Run, Downtown Activation, and an Air Museum payment, which that payment is just a one-time this year obligation. Communications and marketing has State of the City, $90,000. Video production, Taste of Indio, that's new and being added. Economic development has a reclassification of a position, and the city beautification budget unit has an addition of one position, which would be an intern position. Emergency preparedness has backpacks, certs, and training, and Rivco EMD-based EOC. And then non-departmental was the property acquisitions that I talked about, which is the rollover, the $2.4 million, and then the OPEB. And in this, we're also programming an OPEB contribution of $1.5 million. What I read in the mid-year report is there was a recommendation at mid-year that we start contributing to OPEB, so we have programmed that here as well. Measure X, and there'll be a slide that we come across specific to Measure X. So, but these are the obligations. Some of the obligations already programmed in there, which is $5 million towards streets and roads, which is an annual contribution, and then also with a recommendation of a set aside of $5 million for a PD admin building for the future. And for planning, these are some of the costs that were already discussed, but the annexation rollover, the housing element, and then the cannabis program, that's new funding as we move forward, and that's for audits, and then the subdivisions regulations update. So we move on to parks and parkways, increase to landscape services, DRD activation, police administration, body-worn cameras. This was paid via grant in the prior year. Now it's coming back into the general fund as an expense. And then, of course, we recognize the increase for fire contract services at $1.1 million. That's still just a modest approach, not so much, and I'll just bring to your attention here, the rising cost of fire. We were provided a proposal or the quote or estimate for the year at $21 million versus this is proposing an $18.9 million budget versus their $21 million anticipated budget. And what that is, again, is driven by actual trend analysis, Fortunately, Rob has left a good history of fire activity and what those trends were been year after year, and we've continued to use that model here for fire. And that concludes all the budget modifications on the general fund side. So are there any questions as we move forward?
Any questions? I have one. Wyman?
Just to go back to the Taste of Indio, I think that was new, right? And where are those expenses? Why are these new expenses?
Yeah, I think the wording may be a little off there. We have historically provided $10,000 to the Chamber of Commerce, and Councilmember Ortiz asked the very same question just about an hour ago. However, we've had to provide significant support to make that event happen. So we thought to ourselves, at least we ought to preserve the option that staff could actually organize and plan and do the state of the city. With that becomes additional costs. For example, if it's at Fantasy Springs again, we probably have an $80,000 bill to pay for the food. But fortunately, everybody that attends that event pays roughly $50 a head, so the revenues will come back to offset that increased expenditure. So in the end, it probably continues to be a $10,000 overall hit to the budget. Taste of India would be similar, much less money, in that it's something we paid the Chamber of Commerce to do, but now we could do it in-house, and there'd be some revenue because there is a payment made. I believe it's $25 a head, whatever it is that's decided. So again, when we provide significant staff support plus a check, it has us sit back and contemplate whether we should just do it ourselves, perhaps even more efficiently. Not yet to be determined, and something we could certainly discuss with the council, but we wanted to make sure the money was there to be able to provide both options.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything else?
No.
If I could.
Yeah,
Ruby.
of course.
So on the reclassifications of some of the positions, is it that we're changing them, the same individual, we're just raising them to a different level? Like you're change that position into a management position?
That's not the specific one to see there, but yes, to answer your question, these are existing employees as you evaluate the workload, and we're trying to do more with less. And so as you evaluate and put more on the plate of somebody, you start contemplating whether or not they should be at a different classification. So it's a very minor incremental increase. It is certainly a retention tool, but I believe it creates significant efficiencies when we're not able, instead of adding staff, increase the load on the existing, but compensate them just a little bit more.
Absolutely. And then on the fire issues themselves, and then we have the fire chief back here. Do we have a handle on what this is? I know the governor signed a deal, and I understand that the fire department was underpaid, but you can't get like a part staff, you got to have a whole staff. So is there any light at the end of the tunnel? Because I don't know how many $2.5 million hits we can take every year. And it's not that we don't believe that they're worth it, but it's going to take a major chunk out of anything we ever make. And if our revenue's flat, that means we're going to have to cut.
Yeah,
and it might not be fire. It might be something else.
It is a difficult issue because as a contract, we pretty much receive and accept the contract that's been provided. Mr. Rockwell and myself and others will continue to evaluate and work with the chief to determine whether or not there may be more of a menu option for us. And if there is and other options, we want to present that to you in a more comprehensive plan. Because you stated this can't continue. The hope, as Ruby indicated, is that while they've estimated an amount, historically it's coming a little bit less than what they estimated, and we've done that. Let's hope that it doesn't really hit the number that they told us, because if it did, we're going to have to come back to it mid-year and add even more to the budget. What you see here is about a $1.2 million increase year over year. It could very well be more. So the problem you're describing is something that we've got to put a handle on somehow. If it continues to be the case, it will continue to take our ability away from other departmental functions in the city.
Yeah, fire is just one of those things that you got to have all or none. I mean, you can't have because it's unsafe for them at the same time to send out a part unit out to an individual. And most of their work, and the chief can come up and speak if you'd like, most of their work's ambulance, very little traffic, obviously, accidents and that, but a lot of it's medical, and it's really not the big fire truck or anything going out. But I just didn't know if there was some light at the end of the tunnel, because if we have another $2.5 million next year or $1.2 million next year and we have flat revenue, it really is going to have to start looking at other opportunities to do things.
Well, I'm glad you highlighted that, because it is, in my mind, the most worrisome part about what's being presented to you today because of what you're saying. And we'll come back with some ideas. If any of you have some ideas, I've talked to my colleagues here in the Valley. There are a handful of options to try to create different funding mechanisms. But if the assumption is we just need to accept it, then we need to find asking others to assist us with that. If there's something more strategic, or maybe a combination of both, perhaps we can reduce costs a little bit and find new money.
Yeah.
Something's got to happen.
Yeah, I know we have the CFD and the other amounts of money, but, you know, they're raising at a modest amount with it going up. I mean, public safety. And the chief, if you want to come up and speak on it, that's fine. I think he's there. Please, if you could, because it is an important part. We value your service, and it's one of the most important ones to our residents is fire. I mean, we knew from the Shadow Hills Fire Department when they tried to close that down what kind of uproar we had. But as you can see also our predicament as a city, we're a full service city, and so we really need to try and judge where all our funding is going to come and where our expenses are going to be.
Yes, sir. Totally understand the predicament. Very aware of the flattening revenues, excuse me, and then fire's increasing cost. One of the biggest challenges that we're facing this year is a mandate from the governor through collective bargaining. So the big increase that you're seeing for this specific year is we have to add additional staff in order to hit that 66-hour work week. As you may or may not know, CAL FIRE is one of the last fire departments in California that work a 72-hour standard work week. The previous labor agreement, November of 2024, they're required to go to a 66-hour work week. So what ended up happening with a reduction in hours, we had to increase staff so that we can maintain that 24/7 coverage. We are very receptive, again, to the increasing costs, and I'm not trying to minimize any of that. Fully aware, and have been working with staff to try to look for those efficiencies. To your point about the fire engine versus the ambulance, we're going through a strategic rewrite right now of our EMS plan to look for additional efficiencies, to look for ways that even in our ambulance billing, we could recuperate more cost through cost recovery, through CMS and Medicare. So all of those options are being explored. Again, the biggest challenge this year where you're seeing that big increase is it added 5 additional FTEs to the contract so that we can meet that 66-hour mandate.
Yeah.
So the light at the end of the tunnel, working with our staff benefit rate and looking at CalPERS and some of the long-term projections, some of the volatility is anticipated to kind of level off. So we're not seeing these big swings in the CalPERS, the retirement, the staff benefit rates. We are anticipating a one-time reduction in the CalPERS rate, which reduces our staff benefit rate roughly 19%, but those details weren't finalized, and in order to just be upfront so that we knew the worst case scenario with the budget, those were the numbers that were presented. And then again, just reminding that we do bill at actual. That is the estimate at top step, fully burdened, every pay incentive that the employees can make, as well as every position being filled, which many of you know we've had talks about our paramedic challenges. We're sitting at roughly a 50% vacancy rate throughout the department, and Indio is not exempt from that. We have vacancy challenges in the city as well, and so while those positions are vacant, you're not paying the full share in the staff benefit rate on the back end of it.
Thank you, Chief. It's something we're looking at. We value your guys' expertise and your service to our city, so we're just trying to see how this is going to shake out, and obviously it's higher up, the state of California is the one that's doing this. But thank you very much for the explanation. That helps us a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you.
Yep.
And then one last thing, Ruby, and Brian too. I'm a big proponent of trying to get the police department administrative building finished. I think it's difficult to not have the whole campus finished when we have the fire done. We're going to have a portion of it, and I know it's very expensive. I know we're putting $5 million aside. I'd like to get somebody, if it's possible, and with the rest of the council too, to look at maybe a lease to buy, get somebody else to build it for us now, and like Tilden Coyle or somebody else, and then pay them over a period of time instead of paying it through, because we can't do the bonding. We can always do the bonding and then pay them back off, but get that finished up. I mean, we don't have the amount of lockers that they're supposed to have. We don't have the facility, and if we're going to put $5 million or $4 million into this, that's $5 million we could have put into something else. And obviously we got to do a little bit, but I think we need to look outside the box on that campus to get it finished up and buttoned up and done with it. I think it'll help with retention, but also at the same time, I think it'll help with efficiencies. So I'd just like to put that out there.
Certainly, there will be a brief discussion of that a little later on, and we can talk about the strategy. We've been thinking about 4 or 5 ways to skin that cat. We did explore the lease option as well, so we'll discuss that here in just a little bit.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ruby. Please.
Okay. And then this is Measure X. So in summary, Measure X and what we're doing and looking at comparison to this year and to the upcoming year, we're going to maximize the revenue stream and commit, and it's going to be 100% committed, or that's the plan here. As I stated earlier, I outlined the $5 million obligations to streets and roads, and as well as the PD building, and then our ongoing lease debt obligations that we have associated with Measure X, and then we also have CIP funding that will be allocated of $4.44 million. So I just wanted to depict this as how we're allocating Measure X funding and maximizing it entirely. And this is just a summary of our authorized and funded positions currently as depicted within the budget document as it stands today. Positions, we didn't grow in positions, you just saw a number of reclassifications, so this is a clear indication that we're not growing other than the one part-time intern that we are considering for the city beautification budget unit. And this actually concludes the presentation for the overall city's general fund budget. If there are any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. If there's more or areas we want to elaborate on, I'm happy to do that on this side.
Any questions, comments? No? Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. So now we will be moving forward with the IWA presentation, which again, as I stated, I will be the lead for Indio Water Authority. I been privileged as well to work with all the staff, but also with IWA in this process. And I'm honored to present this for them on their behalf today. We do have IWA staff here present, and I believe Ray's online as well because he could not be present. So if there are any questions beyond me that need to be answered, they're more than welcome to come up and answer those questions. Okay. So moving forward into the 24-25 budget year for the Indio Water Authority, revenues similar to the general fund are flat. It's pretty much a 2%, 1.7% year over year, and you're just looking at a modest increase in utility payment section. The expenditure summary, what you see here overall is about an 8% increase for moving into 24-25. Significantly driven by all categories, however, drawing your attention to CIP funding, highly active raise efforts on Chromium 6, so you'll see that as a capital obligation there, as well as the infrastructure, which that is the downtown pipeline project that's been discussed, and that investment opportunity there. So that is a significant piece on the expenditure side. And in summary, this is how they're balancing their operating fund, and with all categories, but including capital in this as well. So it's a balanced budget, but with that balanced budget, it takes into consideration unallocated fund balance. Moving forward, these are other capital funds that they're looking to utilize within the fiscal year, which are the supplemental water supply and the projects outlined for the EVRA and the water conservation program of $500,000, and then also the impact fee projects that they have here at $2.9 million for Avenue 50 and Madison Street pipeline installation. And lastly, the reserves, their estimated reserves after commitments, again in that slide for the balanced budget summary, $6.2 million of available fund balance is attributed to that, significantly associated with the capital commitments there. And with that, they have their operating reserves of $6.1 million and emergency reserves outlined at $3.8. And in summary, this actually concludes the presentation for IWA. And if you have questions, they are present, raised, available online. So similar to the general fund, the recommendation would just to get direction to move forward with preparing for recommended budget presentation for consideration and approval to council.
Any questions, comments? No? I take this, by looking at this, we anticipate, we put in a 10% in expenditures for salaries. Is that anticipating the upcoming bargaining negotiations? Is I take that?
All things have been factored into
An
in
estimate.
the assumptions, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, and now we'll move on to capital, and that will be Ryan to take over.
Thank you. I'll be the voice. However, we have our team in front of you, Tim and his henchmen, I call them. Now, Josh, Don, and Juan, but there's a team that's working hard, making sure that all that you looked at and discussed over the last 2 or 3 years, my predecessor, Mark Scott, would bring out the whiteboard, and I went with that a little bit in a couple of times where what's above the line, what's below the line. That exercise I found to be, it was fun, but it was also very informative in learning what your priorities were. Very helpful when you said this is what we want to achieve, and while there was some disagreement, discussion, the consensus led us to a list of projects that are now underway. And you see that work all around you. Some are farther along than others, and we appreciate your patience from time to time. We wish sometimes things move much faster ourselves. But what that means is that long list of items that you prioritize and said, go get these done, we're doing them and not proposing to add anything to that. If we could, our plate is full, if we could get a little bit more done, a little more accomplished by way of completing the projects, I believe it would probably be next fiscal year or the following where we can sit down and look at some other projects. Certainly willing to consider anything you might suggest, but we're not recommending anything brand new except 2 very important projects that we're all well aware of. The Monroe Bridge and Interchange project, the partnership and money funding sources, but there is an obligation from the city. While this project has not been bid yet, Mr. Wassel contacted the county, who's kind of guiding the process, and wanted to get a more sure update and estimates. Right now, it's around, our share would be roughly 18 million, so we needed to add some funds there. Again, just as a reminder that as a project that's not yet been bid, those numbers sometimes change. We do have other partners, CVAG primarily, but also RCTC and others that could contribute to any increases, but we may see more than the 18 million. So using some of those, rather than adding a project, let's put and make sure our share is covered on Monroe. And you'll see on the pull-out spreadsheet that the CIP team has prepared every one of these projects, but also specific to these 2, both Monroe and then Jackson that we'll speak to, more money's been set aside. I can't believe that is any different than the priorities that you've indicated in the past, and as someone that lives in North Indio, I understand the need for these 2 interchanges. Again, Mr. Wassel contacted the county recently. This is the most updated schedule, certainly very tentative, but Monroe is moving along at a pretty good clip, as slow as it may seem. Next year, we should see some significant activity with regard to getting the project out to bid, with construction hopefully starting by the end of next year, if not the beginning of 26. So the funding needs to be in place, and that's what's in the capital budget. Jackson is not that far behind in many respects with regard to that the environmental agreement's been decided, if that's the right word, as well as what you see here would be the eventual expanded Jackson Bridge, very much needed. There are additional funds that we've set aside. Now there's a total of $13 million there. If anything is like the Monroe Bridge, and by the time we can get to the funding on Jackson, our contribution might be over 18. So we still do not have enough money, in my opinion, set aside for Jackson. But we need to start putting a dent into it. Horizon, from my perspective, in that RCTC is looking at some additional funding opportunities, and if that comes to bear, and if the voters support some additional investment in infrastructure throughout the county in November, because there's a planned ballot measure, there's no doubt in my mind that this is a potential project that could be funded. In fact, I heard that the total capacity off of that ballot measure would be somewhere in the order of $5 billion. So we have got to do everything we can to make sure that this project is part of that $5 billion investment, assuming those funds are available. But what it says to us is we've got to be ready. We've got to be shovel ready. We've got to be ready to pull the trigger and have funding available. As you see here, not far behind, again, as I stated from Monroe, construction could potentially start in 2026, especially if new money comes to bear. Because unlike Monroe, we do not have much of the money cobbled together from all of the funding sources on Jackson. But many would argue it's just as needed as Monroe. So there is additional investment there, and then as indicated, this is the site plan. You know that the public safety campus is, in fact, some of the team, the chiefs reported, is starting to move into the other facilities. The fire station's been occupied, but certainly the plan from the beginning was a phased approach on the development of this site. We're proposing to set aside $5 million not to renovate the existing building. That is something that's been discussed, but what's in the budget is not intended to go towards the older building. We do need to make some renovations to expand the locker rooms and to make sure that the HVAC system's in place. We're going to paint it just for the interim, but that's already been budgeted in this current year budget. For next year, this would be a set-aside, and the strategy here, back to the Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion of evaluating these funding options, what we believe would be the best approach is a combination of a pay-as-you-go, as well as bond financing. We have this flow of Measure X revenue that we have some obligated. There is an amount there which is allowing us to fund some of these projects. We could pull some money out of that Measure X flow, and we could go borrow today. So similar to what you're proposing as a lease with a private entity, we could sell bonds and lease it to ourselves, which is the lease revenue bond issue. We believe that would be more cost effective because there would not be a profit motive in that, but similar idea. But if we did that today and started moving forward, we would likely absorb all of the Measure X capacity. It just is not as safe. It's a little more risky than this idea here, which is let's pay down 2 or 3 years, particularly while we're designing the facility. It does take some time. If we can chunk 5, 10, 12, $15 million aside, then when we go borrow, our borrowing is less and we don't absorb the whole flow from Measure X, preserving some cushion there not only for other projects but for a downturn in revenues. So it's not as immediate, but I think it's much safer approach to proceed and still will deliver the building in a reasonable time frame, and say that's over a 4 to 5 year window rather than a 2 to 3 year window. Because if we started today, nothing has been designed, there's a rough sketch, it would be at least 2 to 3 years if we started today. So that's the proposal. We believe the revenue flow is there. And I hope there are 2 scenarios that I want to present just to have in the back of your minds. One, it's difficult for me to say out loud, but if we set aside, say this, up to $12, $15 million over the next couple of years, so they won't have to borrow as much. If Jackson revenue funding comes in, and we have this decision, okay, I've got this money set aside for the PD building, I've got Jackson interchange, or I've got the PD building. That's when you may have to decide, do we flow to Jackson and go borrow right away for the police department? The estimated cost right now is about $35 million for the police facility. I only say that because we need to make sure that we have in mind that every one of these decisions is a zero-sum game. Which one is the higher priority? The other scenario is we know that as the chief has been actively and his team recruiting more and more officers, we're estimating somewhere between 6 to 10 more officers will be on the street. You see the revenue flow. The really only logical source to add a significant number of officers would come from Measure X, something you've asked for us not to do. Those are supposed to be one-time projects. But by preserving some of that Measure X money, you will at least have the choice. If we gobble it up with debt service on the building, you wouldn't have a revenue flow to add the additional police officers. So I know that was a little confusing, but we call it the pay-go plus bond because it's basically gathering more together for our down payment so we can borrow less. That's the recommendation, and that's what that $5 million is set for. We would not spend it next year. It's not to assist the building. It's to set it aside so it isn't used anywhere else, so we cobble together the key part of the strategy, which is paying down our obligation when we borrow. So with that, again, the team is here on any of these capital projects. You are due a more comprehensive update of where we are with each one of these projects that you already approved and have already funded. But if you want to look at any of these or have any questions, we've got the team here available. These three items, just quickly reviewing those, we've got Monroe, Jackson, and the police admin building. This is really the only substantive change to the capital program for this coming year as part of our recommendation. So certainly any questions, we're happy to answer.
Any questions?
No, we just need to go from flat to prosperous in the next 365 days.
Go ahead, Oscar.
One question. For the 13 million for Jackson and 18 million for Monroe, is that taken into account several years or just this year? That
would be this year's assignment of those funds, much like with the PD building, basically set it aside, not let it be touched for any other effort.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just speaking to Councilmember Holmes' comment. There's been a lot of activity in Indio over the last few years, and our revenues have been helped by that. I think it's important to note because you see this flattening revenue. As I talk to many of my colleagues throughout the state, their revenues are dipping. So one would ask, well, why didn't Indio's revenues dip like that? And it's because of this economic activity and things that have been taking place. So thank goodness we've had that, or we wouldn't be flat, we'd be dipping a little more. So it is mostly good news, and congratulate Ruby Walla on her very first presentation. But as a comprehensive presentation to you, you know, we commit to live up to your expectations, to get done what you've asked us to get done. Operationally, it's much similar to this current year, and from a capital project standpoint, it's very similar. But at any time, let us know if there's something that needs to be modified in that process, and we can shift gears.
So we're talking, if we set that 13 million aside and the 5 million for the admin building, but you're saying the 5 million could be used for the bridge in Jackson. We can't do Jackson and Monroe at the same time.
From a construction standpoint,
it would destroy our city.
I think it'd be one right after the other.
It'd have to go one to the other because you couldn't. If you shut them both down, it would stop to exist because there wouldn't be anything across. So we'll do that. But there is an opportunity if we need it. You're talking about taking the 5 million from the admin building.
Well, I only pose that as a risk. I don't think that's an honest approach. It could go the other way. If you feel like, you know what, the admin building, let's not set money aside for Jackson. Let's put that 13 over to the admin building. That would give us 18. That's about half of what we need, and then we could borrow a little sooner. The fear is, particularly with this ballot measure, I think this might be our window to get Jackson funded. But you still would have that ability. Let's say that the ballot measure does not pass. The likelihood of Jackson being funded is more into the future. Conversely, you could move that 13 million and say, let's hurry up and get the PD building done. I'm just kind of preserving both options, but they're not in a lockbox in any way. You can move those back and forth.
I just think it's important that we do. Obviously, Jackson is very important to our city to continue to have the flow of transportation and everything going back and forth because it does bottleneck. Jackson, Monroe, Jefferson even still bottlenecks a little bit, especially when the schools are in. Yeah. But it's just that it's just an eyesore to not have that and an amenity to our police department. And I think looking outside the box to be able to do it, that's why I know we'd pay a little bit more money for lease to buy, but we could pay $1 million or $1.5 million. We might pay more in the long run, but we're also going to be able to do it sooner and then pay off. We have $5 million to start paying towards that opportunity. So I just think it's outside the box looking at it to get a little bit quicker. Yes, it's cheaper, absolutely. but there's so many other variables later on, because you don't know, in 2 years, we might have another issue that's more important and we go through, and then we never get around to finishing that campus that needs to be. And then we'll have a new city hall, a new library, and a half-built police department.
Yeah, I don't think you ever let that happen. But unless the assumption is that going to the private sector for a lease would be less than our lease revenue bonds, they're the same idea.
Yeah.
But let us ask, what we'd be asking somebody is, can you cut us some slack for 4 or 5, 6 years on a payment, and then we'll catch up with you. There's no doubt that would be very expensive.
Always worth looking at.
Yeah? No?
I appreciate it. Any other questions? Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, everyone. With that, we'll close the study session, and we'll be back at 5 o'clock.
Recording stopped.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Wonderful, thank you. Coming to give us a check?
Yes.
We'll take cash.
Always, yeah. Cash is good.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, pleasure.
Saw you last night on the Abbey welcome
Oh,
party.
yeah, what a
Parade. Yeah, it looks like you had a good turnout.
It was, yeah, there was probably 5,000 people
That's
there.
great.
And a lot of great things just happened to see it. That's why we made that actual outdoor amphitheater, center stage we call it.
Yeah.
Is to bring people in and communities in and bands in and people to use it for like anything from, mariachi to dancing to, rock and roll or second Saturdays, whatever, or just people wanting to do a play or something to be able to get out there in the community. So.
I haven't really been out there since they
Yeah, it's really nice.
dedicated it and everything.
We're redoing the restaurant. Everything else is done except the restaurant. So we've got the sound system in. We put in a video board so you can see. We have opportunities on the other side to put in a video board across the street too, so you can see it. It's kind of like you at a concert. If you're in the back row, you still get to see some of the stuff.
Yeah.
So we're good. But yeah, we're looking forward to.
Yeah, it looked nice from what I saw last night.
And they loved
The
it.
background and everything was
Very
really
wholesome
cool.
young lady, very well spoken,
Yeah.
very genuine, which is good to see in this day and age.
Yeah, no kidding.
Recording in progress.
You want to continue the precedence? No, that's what I'm saying. So then don't say that. Say no. I want to continue taking medication for my anxiety.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the city council meeting for the city of Indio for May 15th, 2024. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Furman,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Holmes,
Present.
and Mayor Pro Tem Miller. And we have, at the moment, Mayor Ramos Amit absent.
Now, you can stand if you could. We're going to have invocation with Robert Garden Fellowship.
Thank you. Lord God, I trust in your word, and you tell us in your word, for you were called to freedom, brothers. Only do not use your freedom as an opportunity for the flesh, but through love serve one another. So as these representatives take in information, I pray that you give them not only their experience, but every bit of wisdom to come up with solutions, to come to conclusions, and to have a heart to serve the public. And we pray for this in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you. Stay standing. We have our Pledge of Allegiance. We have Lucas Gallardo. He's a pre-K student at the Child Development Center. Lucas is a 4-year-old. He plays soccer and t-ball. He enjoys spending time with his family at parks with water features, and his favorite color is orange. Are you ready, Lucas? He is here. You just can't see him.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow, very nice. And we have a little gift bag for him for his participation. Thank you very much. All of his goodies to go to kindergarten. He's all set now. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is the city manager report and information.
Thank you. I'm sure you will all cover the outstanding event that was held yesterday downtown for Indio's own Abby Carter, so I won't go there. But on behalf of the staff team, we thank the City Council for the support and be able to help us come together and provide the resources to make that happen. And the staff team, from police to fire to our teams across all departments, did a great job in making that happen. We are also enjoying tomorrow, the 16th of May, our 94th birthday as a city.
Yes, it is.
So again, with our creative team and working with a local business, Encore Coffee on the corner of Miles and Town, the first 100 people that show up starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow in honor of Indio's birthday will receive a free cup of coffee. So Encore Coffee on the corner of Miles in Town tomorrow to celebrate Indio's 94th birthday. So that will be tomorrow. Also, just really pleased and honored, as they've done in the past, to invite Elks Lodge, the Elks Lodge, to come provide a presentation to Chief Tolley and to the council as a whole as a generous donation, and we'll let them have the floor, maybe provide a mic. Thank you. And that will be my report following their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
They always give me the mic. Is it on? On behalf of the Indio Elks Lodge, come on up, Chief Tully.
Do you guys want to go down? Let's go. No, we're coming down. No, we appreciate your support.
So every year, the Indio Elks Lodge holds a pancake breakfast fundraiser for the K-9 unit of the Indio Police Department. And this year, we got donations of $4,000. And we would like to present you, Chief Tully, now with checks and donations for $4,000 for your K-9 unit. And we really appreciate it because they come down and they bring the dogs and they do a demonstration, and our members and the public just love it when they do that. Not just that, but they like the bacon and pancakes too. Crispy bacon, yeah.
Well, Michelle, on behalf of Indio Police Department, the city of Indio, we just really appreciate the Elks and everything they do for us and our community. I have to tell you, this is amazing. $4,000 to our program is it's a program that is funded fully by volunteers like yourselves and members of this community. Without your support, without the community support, we would not have a K-9 program. And I was just amazed at the support that you bring, the breakfast that you guys produce, and it's just delicious. It's a great family event. If anybody has time to come out next year to the pancake breakfast, please do. We have a great time. You get to meet all our dogs and just meet our department and just have a good time. So thank you very much for everything you do.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for your report, and thank the Elks Lodge for their continued general support of our K-9 program. We just retired one of our dogs at the last meeting, Mikey. So this is a great opportunity to invest back in another K-9 unit for our police department. And with that, we'll move on to item number 6, the consent calendar. City Attorney, did you have something you wanted to put in on this?
Number 5.
Oh, excuse me, 5. Excuse me. Please report on City Council, internal boards, commissions, and we'll start with Mr. Furman.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have a couple of meetings. I'll start with my Public Safety Committee meeting that we recently had. We had an update from the Vice Mayor of Blythe on the upcoming closure of Walla Valley State Prison in Blythe, which is due to close March of 2025. However, it has been relayed to the city that this closure will take place September this year, so it's been expedited, and currently the city and keeping Walla Valley State Prison open and rather closing California Rehabilitation Center located in Norco, which is an older facility, costs more to run, and also the community of Norco rather have that institution closed as well. So it's still in the works that Walla will be closed, and that will have a very big impact on the educational system, the economic activity in Blythe, and so Blythe is really working to keep that facility open. We also received a presentation from the Director of Communication and Education Outreach at the statewide California Earthquake Center on earthquake preparedness, and the presentation consisted of education of fault lines, especially our San Andreas fault, and the capability of high magnitude earthquakes in our community. And if some of us remember, during week 1 of Coachella, we did have a little shaker. And so it was a reminder to us and our guests that we have to continue to prepare for earthquakes in our region. Also, I had a homelessness committee meeting, and one of the notable items on that homelessness meeting is Coachella Valley Rescue Mission is now expanding its footprint, and the executive director, Darla Burkett, she gave us an update on the homelessness on the 2 capital projects, and one is a self-standing commercial laundry facility that's going to be opening this summer, and also a job training area there. And the second is a 4,000 square foot women and children's shelter that will add 60 additional beds to CVRM. So CVRM is aiming to raise another $2.2 million for construction. So that's due to be completed in 2025. So that's good news from Coachella Valley Rescue Mission. They do excellent work. And the executive director, Darla Burkett, I have her on speed dial, so whether it's 9 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock in the morning, if I have an issue with the unsheltered folks in our community, she always answers. So good job there. We appreciate the work. And also, I've had a workshop, a second half of a workshop for the Coachella Valley Energy Commission, and the goal of this workshop was to work with our neighboring city, La Quinta, and other partners that are receive imperial irrigation power and energy to work on long-term governance in our communities. So it's still an ongoing process. We're looking at forming a JPA alongside IID, or we're going to work together in the Coachella Valley, Eastern Coachella Valley, to move on away from IID. However, those studies are still ongoing. It's going to be a long process before we get to some of those resolutions. However, we have made a lot of progress here in the city of Indio. We have a number of projects in the queue, and Indio we're moving forward. So that's exciting information as it pertains to energy here in the city of Indio. As you know, we have formed a joint power authority with Imperial Irrigation. So, and also, like the city manager mentioned, yesterday we had our homecoming event from our American Idol homegrown young lady, Abby Carter. It was so much going on yesterday, but what I have to say is she's amazing. She did an excellent job yesterday. Her morning started just yesterday. She's been going at this for months, but her morning started in Palm Springs, and she ended in Indio with trips at schools, the rec center. And so from her long day and being moved around every day and then coming right the green room and going right on stage and performing live, which she performed also with her mother, and how she sounded last night, that was fantastic. So congratulations to her and her success. Congratulations to her family. They're great people. They're great folks, very humble folks. It was great to meet all of them yesterday. But something that was really near and dear to me is during the parade, seeing all the faces, all the kids, all of our senior citizens that were out who were just happy to see someone that's from our city on the big, big stage. And she brought that stage to downtown Indio. And it speaks to the community's trust in us here on this dais, and also the hard work that's going on behind the scenes with our staff. And last night was a testament to that hard work. So congratulations to Abby Carter. Don't forget, Sunday we have to vote. And we'll all be reminding everyone we have to vote for her to get her to that top spot. And also thank you and hats off to our city staff for coordinating with the American Idol folks and Abby's family. And also thank you to our first responders and our police department who really work behind the scenes to keep her safe and to support her security staff. And that would complete my report, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. Mr. Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you all for joining us today. First wanted to thank our staff and all of our partners for the great work they did on yesterday's event. So on top of budget week, finishing the concert season recently, and all of their other everyday responsibilities, our team was able to put on a great event for our community that's going to be broadcast on national television this weekend. I know Abby and her family were extremely grateful. Our community had a great time, and our council really appreciates all of the work as well. Last week, I met with a consulting company named Tolemi. They specialize in tracking property transfers within cities. One of the reasons I met with them was to see how they can help us track what is going on within our housing market. I've heard a lot of concerns in recent years that too much of our housing supply is going to large companies and corporations, which is reducing the opportunities for home ownership for our local residents. This tool could help us keep track of how our housing markets are changing in real time so that we can create policies that will help deal with any of those negative impacts. They can track if a home is being sold to a family, a small company, or a large corporation. This tool could also be used to track changes in our business market and be used to create outreach programs to certain industries. So I've sent over their contact info to our staff in case they need any of those services. Lastly, I want to remind everyone that we'll be having our sustainability event with Cal Recycle this Saturday from 9 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. at the Indio Courtyard and Corporate Yard, sorry. And this is a free event where we'll be collecting tires, used oil and oil filters, electronic waste, batteries, light bulbs, and they'll also have paper shredding for up to 4 boxes per visitor. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Councilmember Holmes?
Okay, thank you. Well, this time I had quite a few commissions active. But first, I want to agree with my colleagues here. What an amazing night last night was. What an amazing person Abby is. So much warmth, so much humility, and what an amazing and gorgeous voice. It struck me last night when she was talking with the kids. If one of the little kids came up, she stopped what she was doing to chat and hug and get a picture with the little kids. And I just thought that was really wonderful. I mean, what a great example for the little kids in our community. And I just thought it was an amazing night, just seeing everybody show up. I mean, that's what Indio is about, all the love we have, and it was really shown last night. I was very, very proud of our community. It was amazing. And talking about incredible staff, I mean, yes, coming off the concerts, right, and everything that we had going on, and then this to work on something with such a short time frame, and then 48 hours to pull that trigger. I'm certain there were a lot of sleepless nights, and it was just an incredible job. Thank you, thank you, thank you, staff, every level of staff, including PD, economic development, our PIO, who's fabulous, city manager, your office is incredible. Thank you very much. This we are elevating ourselves, and last night was just an incredible example. Thank you very much. The other things, let's see, let's get on to the more interesting or sort of tongue-in-cheek. Transportation Committee, couple of salient points there. We've been talking about the CV sync for quite some time. And signal synchronization, that's a mouthful to say. We all know that it's already along Highway 111, parts of Washington and Ramon. So they were able to do some studies during specific times of the year, like when the tennis tournament was here. And it turns out that from Varner to North Palm Canyon, they did some studies, and it actually takes 5 minutes less to go from point A to point B. I don't know, I was hoping for 15 minutes less, but I guess then you have to change the speed limit. So testimony to the fact that it is working. And let's see, what are the other things we talk about? So we authorized CVAG to an agreement with the Desert Hot Springs. They have a tremendous amount of sand, as does Palm Springs, and a lot of issues where roads are closed down. So we are providing a little over $500,000 to cover for construction of changeable message signs, to be able to tell people that this street is blocked, closed, winds, whatever the issue is, in advance, so that they can either not travel those roads or take an alternate route. I think is very important, and we supported that. Next thing, Coachella Valley Mountains Commission, Conservancy. The most important point there is that we approved the initial study for 4 new Coachella Valley Trails projects. And really, the purpose of these trails projects is to look at places where people are going and already hiking and already using trails, so that we can protect the lands around it. Of those 4 new trails, one is the part of the East Indio Hills Badlands, and that was already completed. We're moving into all kinds of areas along northern Coachella Valley, and we're going to be extending some of our trails as well. So Biskra Palms, Chuck Walla Overlook Connector, Cathedral Cove Connector, and what they call the West Deception Canyon. That's going to have to be on my list of places to go this fall and check them out. But really nice to get 4 new trails. Coachella Valley Conservation Commission, the item of note there. You know, we've all known and understood the big horned sheep issue, right? They're coming down from the hills. They're in our neighborhoods, particularly not mine, but I get only coyotes. I don't get those cool sheep. But in the PGA West area, they're all over the neighborhoods. And of course, the issue is they eat things that can make them sick or perish. There are issues with them, you know, with more sheep propagating. So the challenge is to get the fence on. Well, this fence has been going on for years. How to get a fence around those mountains and how to protect our sheep. Well, it's up, and the sheep are behind the fences, and so we're looking forward to them appreciating a safer environment for them, to be able to just graze and not be concerned about vehicles and some of the issues that you have in the city. Had something fun, Center for Entrepreneurship, and I don't know how many are familiar with this, but Dr. Zeke Bonias, he was Indio based here. He's a professor, and he has been such a supporter and proponent of small businesses ever since I've known him, which is the better part of 20 years. And he pulled together students from Cal State San Bernardino and said, you know, people that were interested in becoming small business owners. And he put together a group. There were probably about 25 of them. And then there were several people, small business owners there, that shared, that we did a lot of networking, shared some of the challenges of being a small business, what to look out for, what to consider. I mean, this went way beyond you need to do a business plan. These young people are on it. But really, some of the questions made ourselves available to some of the things that maybe they don't know and the Voice of Experience can provide. I was really struck. It was really great to be in this group, in this luncheon, because so many of these small business people were from Indio. And the pride I heard at these tables as they walked around and said, my business is Indio. I have 2 of them in Indio, and isn't Indio wonderful? And Indio is really coming together, and it's so great to be in Indio. It's where everything's happening. It's where everything's connecting. It's where business and commerce take place. I heard one person say that. I think I got up after lunch and hugged them. But it was an absolutely amazing lunch, and it was just great to see all these young people who were in some level of stage of their degree, or maybe just graduating or within a semester, really interested in becoming small business owners. So that was kind of cool. Let's see, what else do I have here? Of course, we talked about the Abbey Parade. I think that is probably the end of my...
Thank you, Councilmember Holmes. Quite a bit going on. All my committees were dark, but I do want to congratulate again Abby Carter for her amazing talent, and actually Grace. She is a very gracious young lady, very intelligent, very smart, and what you see is what you get. And we had a chance to meet with her and her family, and the opportunity was there. And our outdoor center stage was exactly what we wanted it to be. I mean, probably about 5,000 people were there to cheer her on. And exactly what we wanted that stage to be was a focal point for our community to come together. So it was great to see and a great opportunity. Don't say this very often, but vote early for her on Sunday and vote often.
Yeah.
So 30 votes. We want to bring her home as the American Idol champion, for just not only for her and her family and her amazing talent, but also what it would do for her family in the long run, and also the city of Indio. We're very blessed to be a part of it. But really our staff, thank you to all of you. It took all of you from every department we had was involved in this, from our PD to our management to our water authority to public works, and we couldn't have pulled it off. And if you ever worked with Hollywood and what they wanted to do, what you saw there and what ended up happening probably happened 2 or 3 times. They wanted to take some pictures again because they needed it for the video. And so on Sunday you'll see actually the video of what actually went on and her travels through the Coachella Valley and her childhood. But it's going to highlight the city of Indio, and we're honored. But it wouldn't have happened without a great staff. So my hat's off to them. Secondly, we have graduations coming up, and by the time we have our next meeting, all 3 of our schools, Amistad, Indio, and Shadow Hills, will all have graduated. So congratulations to all our graduates. Almost 1,400 of them through the city of Indio will be graduating, they say, through all the schools that we have here, including homeschooling. So my hat's off to them and their families, and for their next career moves, if it's going to the military or school or going on to start a career. We want to thank them for getting graduated and also being residents of the city of Indio. And hopefully they get their skill set and come back and come back to the desert and live here and work here. And then lastly, it is Peace Officers Memorial Day. So I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of all those who lost their life in the service of protecting us and making sure that we're safe. So with that, I'll be able to do that. Yes,
Can I
Councilmember
just
Holmes.
add one more thing?
Absolutely.
I just want to and I particularly want to let council know as well. So I got to take a tour of the new College of the Desert campus. So not only is a phenomenal campus, but the College of the Desert is working very close with Desert Sands and CVUSD to look at their curriculum. And an example of that, I'm very excited about the classes that are going to be offered there. This is going to be a campus, not a building with classes, but a campus, a place for students who are coming back to school, who want those relationships. They are going to get classes. They're going to get biochem classes, chemistry, biology, anatomy, all the kinds of classes that heretofore have not been offered in Indio. Secondly, the focus, we talk about healthcare and the need, and healthcare is not just working in a hospital. It's x-ray technicians, it's senior care. There's so many levels of healthcare, and right now, based on the current programs, we're lucky if we can get maybe 70 students through a program. Their plan is to expand to 300, so to really wrap their arms and meet the needs at the various levels of the healthcare needs that we have here in the Coachella Valley. I could spend a half hour talking about what that campus is going to provide to our community, to our youth. It's exceptional, and I'd like to, the invitation was out to the rest of council and staff to take the tour. You got to call Jessica. You got to take that tour. What this building is and what it represents to our community is huge. Is absolutely huge. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to add one more thing. I got so excited about the Abby Carter event. I skipped over one of my events, but it would be remiss for me not to share that along with our city manager and staff and Burtech and Destiny's Church, we did have a community cleanup in Old North Indio Ranchos, and there was also some painting going around. So I know if you drive around the city, some may notice, some may not, but we have some of those white walls going up, and it looks great. and I believe it's Indio, Arabian Gardens that was painted this last time. Thank you to Destiny's Church for sending big teams out of volunteers to help us, and our staff, and Burtech for also being a great partner, and also our city manager. You know what? He's a humble guy. He tries to stay in the background, but he does put his money where his mouth is, and he was out there working and bagging trash and doing painting and pulling weeds and helping us out there. So thank you, Mr. Montgomery, as well. And that would conclude my report, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, very true. You are always out there helping us, and the Indio Lindo is doing a lot of great work out there. But it is our nonprofits, our churches, and our staff that are really leading the way. So thank you for your continued leadership and also for your support. With that, we'll move on to item 6 now, 6-1 through 13. And City Attorney, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes. For item 6.6, we have submitted a revised agreement for the council's consideration. There were a couple of modifications that we wanted to make. The other party has already reviewed those and agreed to those. So you don't have to pull 6.6, but we would ask that the motion for 6.6 to be approved, the revised agreement.
As amended. Okay. Anybody would like to, on the council, like to pull anything? Do we have a motion then?
I'll motion to approve with the revised item 6.6.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and second. All please vote.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to add, I want to underscore item 6.13. That is a very big item. It's on the consent calendar, but it's a construction contract for the Avenue 44 bridge. I know there's been some discussion on that, and we had spoken about that before, but that is a huge deal. And thank you to our staff for getting this done. That area has been a challenge for a number of years, but to see this moving forward, that's very big. So that's very appreciative. That's it, sir.
Thank you for highlighting that, Councilman Furman. I had that on my notes and didn't bring that up, but very true. I mean, we've been having issues with 44 for many years, and we were able to get the funding to be able to move that forward. It'd take about a year and a half, I believe, to be able to finish that up, but what an addition it'll be, for especially during flood time. So I take this passage unanimously, 4-0. City Clerk? Okay. Move on to item 7 now, which is administrative items. 7.1 is consider request by Herb Lundeen for a transit occupancy tax, TOT, tax sharing agreement for Wood Springs Suites Hotel located at 42525 Jackson Street, Indio. And I take it, Mr. Furman, you...
Mayor Pro Tem, I have to recuse myself from this item. I've been advised by our legal staff that during my campaign for State Assembly, I received a campaign contribution over the allowable limit, so I would have to recuse myself from this item.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Furman. We'll wait for you to leave the dais. Anyone else have anything?
Just don't leave me outside
too long. Yes.
It's getting hot.
We can get you some water.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If I could just add, that's under Government Code Section 84308, subsection B. The council member received a contribution over $250. It's perfectly lawful to receive that contribution. Right. However, it did require his disqualification on this item.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Montgomery, I take it you'll be handling this?
Yes, thank you, sir. You see the request made by the owner of an entity called Tren LP, but owners and operators of the Wood Springs Suites Hotel located on Jackson, just north of the former Target at that location. Mr. Lundeen, representing that entity, is requesting some assistance regarding the transient occupancy tax. It's a little bit vague in the request, but in his conversations with me and perhaps with others, has indicated that this would assist the hotel in its operations over the next 5 to 7 years. Had somewhat of a lengthy discussion with him, at least on one occasion and another, and frankly, as we analyzed it as staff and looked at the math, it was hard to justify a recommendation of approval. So you'll see, which is not very common, but the recommendation is to not approve this assistance for this specific hotel. The direction that I had been provided when I arrived is this something that you would consider with a certain level of hotel at which this does not reach. I do want to add, though, at Mr. Lundeen's request and a part of a impact fee deferral program that's in place, we were able to defer impact fees for 1 year to the tune of $267,000. That is money that will come back to us, but allows and gives him a year cushion to help with some of these matters, presumably as the hotel opens up. So there isn't a lot of other information to provide other than you're familiar with the concept. It's just the staff isn't recommending it in this instance.
Any comments?
You know, when we started doing this, it's always nice to have hotels in our community. We need them, absolutely, no doubt. But I just remember the first TOT sharing, and it was for hotels to try to drive hotels or really smaller hotels into our community. But at some point in time, we looked at and said, you know, that it's that 4-star or 5-star hotel that we really want to draw, and that would be the point at which we would consider a TOT. So I you know what, Herb is great. Woodspring Suites is a wonderful addition to our community, but we were able to help them out with impact fees for a year. I think that's something significant. It's $200,000 plus. So I just wanted to give a little bit of background on sort of our thought process over the last few years.
Thank you. Does Mr. Lundin know that there's only going to be 3 of us? I mean, the mayor's obviously not here, and that. And so
I don't believe he was aware that only 3 of you would be here at this
and
meeting.
I take it he's not on.
He was invited. I thought he might send a representative.
Okay.
Is he online?
No. Okay. No. Thank you. Anything, Mr. Ortiz?
No, I agree with the staff's recommendations. You know, for me, if it's tax sharing agreements, it should be something that's addressing, you know, a crisis or emergency or some further benefit to the community.
Yeah, I understand Mr. Lundin's done a great work for us. He's done a lot of centers for us and done a lot of work. And this is a nice addition to it. Obviously, we need hotels, especially long-term hotels that are able to have a kitchenette and other amenities that we don't have here. So as many people as we can get to stay in the city of Indio, the better off we are, especially for some of these longer events like the horse polo or the horse hits, you know, the training and that, where people want to stay for a while. But unfortunately, when it comes to this, we did discuss a long time ago if it would be something like a car dealership or something like that, where we would get a long-term benefit and we're competing against other individuals or other cities, where if we didn't do some kind of support, they would just go to another location somewhere in our area. But even on this, we did say we wanted a restaurant. We wanted other amenities before we do some tax sharing agreements. And unfortunately for Mr. Lundin, this hotel does not have those ideas and thoughts behind it. So as much as I'd like to support this opportunity, I don't think at this time it's the right thing to move. So I concur. So how do we move forward with this? Like somebody like to make a motion?
Do we need a motion?
Do we need the motion? Or
If there is no
just
motion to
discussion?
approve, no, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. If you take no action, it's not approved.
Okay.
So you don't have to affirmatively vote to deny it if you don't want to. You can just move on to the next item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will move on. We'll bring in Mr. Furman real quick, and we'll move on to our next item.
Mayor Protem,
Yes.
Steve Graham Pacifico, your city attorney. I will be providing the staff report on ordinance number 1811, which is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance related to catalytic converters.
Okay.
This was a request from a member of the public, you'll recall, a few meetings ago. The County of Riverside has adopted, do I have a PowerPoint? That's great.
We have actually have a PowerPoint on catalytic converters.
I guess.
Chief has
Wow.
information.
I was going to say.
Some interesting videos online.
Yeah.
Chief, do you
Somebody's
want
got
to
too
go
much
first?
time on their hands.
Okay. The County of Riverside adopted substantially the same language over about a year ago. And essentially the idea is to, at the local level, criminalize the possession of numerous catalytic converters without written proof of ownership. The theory being that there's really not a good reason to be walking around with these unless you're stealing them. And essentially to assist law enforcement with enforcement of other laws related to the theft of catalytic converters, essentially giving them probable cause in the first instance when they notice somebody has a lot of these. What we've done is we've essentially copied word for word the county's ordinance, inserted City of Indio in place of County of Riverside, so that we are going to be operating out of the same toolbox that the county is and all the other cities that have adopted this. I'm pretty sure close to every other jurisdiction in the county has either already adopted this or is in the process of adopting a similar ordinance. Happy to answer any questions you may have about the ordinance. Do not ask me what a catalytic converter is or what it does, but I can tell you that they are expensive.
Yes, they are. All right. Any comments? We have one item that, or one individual wants to speak. Mr. Darrell Terrell, would you like to come up, sir?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Darrell Terrell. I'm speaking not as a City of Moreno Valley Planning Commissioner, but a Moreno Valley resident. I'm here in support of this ordinance. We have seen the unintended consequences of state law weakening our vehicle theft, costing our families who are heavily rely on their vehicles for work and school and other daily activities, money that they could have been used to pay their bills, forcing them to choose between car repairs and essential household expenses. Also, take into account that your residents that this happens to, it takes an emotional toll on them, leaving them feeling terrified and violated. There has been recent legislative efforts to address catalytic converter theft. However, it's not good enough. Currently under state law, there's a loophole that a Mack truck could drive through that allows a person to have up to 8 detached catalytic converters without having an automotive dismantler permit, which incentivizes crime or encourages people to commit crime because the state has reduced the penalty and no accountability. This is why you, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council members, I've urged you to adopt this proposed ordinance to close that loophole. Under this proposed ordinance, if a thief is found in possession of one unattached catalytic converter without proof of ownership, it will allow your deputies to arrest that thief. That's why I call this proposed ordinance the one and you're done ordinance. In contrast to the current 8 you skate or state law, it bridges the gap between state law. Unlike the state law, it will allow your deputies to take enforcement action regardless of whether a thief is in possession of 1 or 9. Also, your proposed ordinance is like the counties, which was vetted through the DA's office and county council. It's not in conflict with any other state law or in the end it's constitutional. In addition, your city is not required to prove that the converter was stolen in order to establish the possession is not a lawful possession. This is important because it is the district attorney's office who have the burden of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, to prosecute these crimes and charge under this ordinance. They are confident in their legal expertise and ethical prosecutorial responsibilities. By adopting this proposed ordinance, it will ensure that every victim receives justice and is one step closer that we have our whole entire county standing up to these creeps and holding them accountable, which Sacramento has failed to do over and over again. So I thank you for considering this ordinance, and let's do it. Let's go to other cities and just continue the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak? With that, any other comments, thoughts, questions up here?
I think
The presentation, or?
yeah, I think I want to see the rest of the presentation that the chief had. Just I asked the chief for some data just so we could see, what was happening with catalytic converter crimes within the city.
Okay.
Just in case our community was wondering why we were taking up this issue.
Yeah, I would just like to give you a brief overview. I took the last 2 years of data and then 2024 year-to-date data. So let me move this forward here. I've also prepared this PowerPoint to show you in, let me see back, here we go. 2022, we've had a number of thefts, were 107 with the number of arrests of 2. With this map here shows you where the primary thefts took place. And as you can see, it's mainly in our industrial and business areas. In 2023, we had 67 thefts with 6 arrests. One thing, again, it's in an industrial business area. We do have a number of thefts, but the actual suspects that are committing these thefts are career criminals that focus on catalytic converters because of the valuable metals that are in them. And when we do make these arrests, they usually do have a number of catalytic converters as cited by one of our community members here tonight. I'm having a little trouble with this. There we go. And then 2024, again, commercial area, we've only had 1 theft in the city of Indio, and we have not made the arrest as of yet. And the final slide, you can see a majority of the incidents happen in commercial areas where vehicles may be unattended for longer periods of time. They are usually hotels, motels, parking lots, and businesses. Residential thefts occur, but the hotspots are in or near our commercial areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Anything else, Mr. Ortiz? Mr. Furman?
Yeah, I just want to add, if you look at that, it says commercial areas. We're a tourist attraction community. The whole Coachella Valley is. And, you know, I've had incidents where I've had friends come into town and there's been, you know, things stolen from their vehicles, or we've had issues at certain hotels. And that's the last thing that we want. And we do need a deterrent. If the arrests are down and the incidents are down, that's great. But we do need a deterrent in place. And also, like Mr. Terrell mentioned, that a lot of these families can't afford the repairs if this happens to one of their vehicles. We have a lot of working families in our community, and the last thing they need to do is come outside and notice that their car is malfunctioning, right? So I think this is great. I appreciate Mr. Terrell bringing this to us, and I appreciate the chief getting us this data. And if there's no further, I would make a motion.
Please.
To recommend the city council to introduce by title only and waive full reading of ordinance number 1811 and direct the city clerk to place the ordinance on the next regular meeting agenda's consent calendar for second reading and adoption.
I'll second that.
Please vote. Pass unanimously, 4-0. Do you need to read anything, Sabdi, or at the next reading? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to our last item, which is public comments. We have one individual like to speak, Dakota Brown.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak tonight. Dakota Brown, I use she, her, they pronouns, and I am disabled. I have a hearing disability, so if you see me futzing on my phone, it means that I'm just reading the speech to text. I wanted to talk about the community's feelings about mental health. I work for Riverside University Health System, Behavioral Health, and we have a hearing coming up here in the desert. We actually have 3 across the county, but I really wanted to mention the one that's coming up 2 weeks from tomorrow. So it's on the 30th of May. And it's at the Coachella Valley Rescue Mission. And this is a rare opportunity for the public to weigh in on their feelings about mental health, whether it's concerns with the unhoused, whether it's suicide prevention, public education that the county offers, equine therapy. You know, there are a lot of emerging behavioral health modalities, and we'd like to hear what people are interested in. A couple years ago when we did the hearing, somebody said you should do EMDR. I don't know if you've heard of that, eye movement desensitization, reorganization. It's it's an emerging therapy, and now the county is teaching it to about 20 of our clinicians. So the county does listen, and I just want to make sure that the public, this is their chance to talk to us. And you know, they're holding one in Mid-County, and they're holding one in Moreno Valley. And those cities over there, Moreno Valley, Corona, Riverside, they are considered the most populated cities, so they tend to have more input. And I just really want to stand up for the desert. I think that we are not the stepchildren, that we are members of the county family, and that we, everywhere from Banning to Blythe, we deserve to tell the county how we feel about programs. So that's what I'm mentioning. I ran out of my flyers, but I can email one to the city clerk maybe. Once again, it's the MHSA, which stands for Mental Health Services Act, was passed in 2004. Billionaires in California are taxed like 1% on every million, and that funds behavioral health services. So the MHSA is in a little bit of trouble right now. Proposition 1 passed, and so a lot of programs are going to be juggling for recognition. And this is the public's chance to talk about which programs from the county they want and which they don't care about. So it's 3 o'clock on the 30th of May.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you so much for letting me share.
Thank you. And so, anyone else speaking? No? All right. With that, then, we will adjourn the meeting in honor of our police officers' Memorial Day and all those who have given their life in line of service, and for all our public safety employees at, looks like 5:50. We'll stand adjourned.
Tell me